Joke. Good morning. Hey everyone, Lazy Ben. Headphones on. Okay. So yesterday, where did we finish? So we were working on pathfinding context stuff. Basically, we can supply an area now around the player to pathfind to avoid, for this thing to avoid in pathfinding. Okay, so it is working. He is trying to avoid it. He's often warping though, which means he's moving directly to where he wants to go rather than going there, rather than walking there, because we haven't finished this. Okay, so we need to take these move flags off. So how do we want to do this? We've got to move to, and we're saying ignore collision. So this is if he's in collision already, which he currently is, because he's inside this white area, and all he's doing is just basically lerping there, because I think this is failing. Not lerping, warping. Basically cannot get there. This is returning null opt and is just setting the position. So what is the reason for null opt? Burst. It's following the path, so that means next time we come along here, there is no move to context, so it does the default one. Okay, let's just remember what position we're trying to get to here. 17, 13. $18.10. So it's already failed. $20 minus 10. $2.5, 7.5. So tick move target didn't actually get fired for some reason. So we go move to And the next time we want to tick Spidey in, look, he's going following path. And then we null opt. Why are we null opting there? Because find cover is going again. And that's basically immediately failing what we want it to do. So what do we want to do here? So what's happening is we're saying walk to here, ignoring collision. And then we're coming along with the behavior tree and we're setting a new move target because it's still trying to find cover because the cover point has changed. So we basically need to stop this happening. So I think first of all we need a new context. We don't really want ignore collision, and then also I think what we want is we want to say whether the current context is interruptible or not. I think that's probably what we want to do. What's going on there? Doesn't like that for some reason. So that's probably what we want to do. So I think the first thing we need to do is to do an ignore collision context. So the different contexts. So we want struct ignore collision move to context, which comes from the default move to context, and all that's going to change is the actual move. And the move is literally walking a straight line. Which we have to find out where we are doing that somewhere. Here. So we'll just copy this. Say auto location equals mc.getLocation. It's just position really. Position. Auto velocity. MC get velocity. Oh look, it doesn't actually have. These aren't references. Do we have MC set velocity? We do. What does that actually do? Just sets the velocity. So this is not. This is a move. So this needs to. So A star result is a bad name because we're not doing A star even here. It needs to be movement result or something. So this is A star result succeed. To at goal, and then this result is A star result succeed or working, is it? No, succeed, and then we just want velocity normalize. Working. Probably don't actually even need to set the position. We just need to get to the position. So we'll just do MC set velocity to the velocity. So we don't need to do the move to either. We don't even need to do the velocity either. We just need to do the to target normalize. So move target in this situation is dest P. Okay. So that is an ignore collision move to context. So just move to the target, ignoring all collision, which is essentially walking in a straight line. All right. So that means now we can take these flags away. Don't need the flags anymore. We want to put that one here. Add it in the list of possible contexts. Flags is not a thing. Let's get rid of that. So that essentially means when we do this, we'll just do move through with the move to target max speed default move to context func. Like that. We're forwarding it there. We'll forward it here as well. Okay. So let's just compile this and see where we're using those flags. Already declared. Oh, lovely. Okay. We're doing an ignore collision there. So this is going to be a ignore collision move to context now. The move flags totally gone. So this is just auto result. Is that? So this calls the move to. So let's just check. We are doing here. So we weren't updating position or velocity. Should check it actually does it in the move to. This is becoming quite a lot simpler, which is great. And these are basically the same. So we can condense these down a little bit when a system comes together. Okay. So the context, avoid another NPC move to context. And now it's working, waiting on pathfinding. So eventually we call move. Which updates everything. Okay, cool. So what I want to do now is, if the start is in a collidable, which is the case when we run up to him, so we get the nearest valid position. So it's picked one, 7 minus 2, and then we're gonna. So this is immediately going to get interrupted because we need to do the second thing. But it's only interrupted when I move. Okay, we need to do the second thing, which is these need to actually, these contexts, we need to say whether they're interruptible or not, because I think this one is, we're going to say is not interruptible. It has to move. It has to have completed this move before we allow any other context to be set. So virtual bool interruptible. We'll do interruptible. I mean, eventually we'd probably want to actually have some properties, maybe. So we could just set properties on the contexts. And then this one. Should return false. We don't want this to be interruptible. To be interrupted. And then in the movement controller, what we want is bool is interruptible. I've spelled that probably wrong. Interruptible. So is interruptible. I mean, we'll just call it interruptible as well. So we want to go if context move to context. Oh, that's the wrong one. If move to context is set for each type, get me to context type. Cool. The result is true, right? Say it's true by default. Using T standard KT. Return, well, we'll just say a result is equals CTX interruptible. So now we can say if a context, if the move to controller is interruptible. So here we're going to say if interruptible, do this. And then what we want to do is move to actually probably should return a bool now, whether it succeeded or not. Let's see where we're calling move to. So I wonder if we want to queue these. Here's the thing, like, if this fails, this has to return fail. Which means move next to NPC failed in this case. Because the movement controller. Like, we do want to do it, we just want to do it later. Queuing is quite hard though. Let's try and maybe we do need to queue it. So when we do move to, if it's interruptible, we just do it. Else we push it on the queue. That might be better, because that means we can just like queue what we want to do after we've done this current move. It is complicated. It's getting quite complicated. Let's see what happens here. So maybe we'll return this with the funk. We just say like it failed immediately. Because it has an uninterruptible move target on it. So for instance, now it's kind of broke. Okay, so we need to release these contexts actually. We do it there. We do release them. Okay, so let's do that. So it's moved it out. Then it's released after move target. We probably want to release the context as well. That's what we need to do. So we need an after move really. Which does this. and we want to pass movement controller result, MC result. Whoops. If MC result is equal to failed equal to at goal, move to context release as well. Okay. Or result is equal to failed. We're just gonna go after move. And that actually removes the context as well. So we maybe want to do after move with a fail there. Okay. So where we have now this, this should reset the context. Which means ignored collision move context will go away, and because this is interruptible, that means the movement controller will go back to being interruptible. Okay. So it's still not able to call into this action though. For some reason. Let's take the movement, take the behavior controller and just see what's going on. So it is running. Which one is it running? NPC find cover. It says. Oops. So this is where the queue would be nice. I think what's happening is he's moving out of my region. But then we're not coming back down to try and find a new cover location. Behavior types. Find cover. It's because the cover points are the same. So this when we do this, when we do it, would we fire on exit? So we're going to fail it. So if this returns fail, that means next time we come down here, we need to somehow reset current cover point. Resetting it on when we are on enter. Confusing. So this should actually be being reset. Finding the same cover point, you see. Returning, running. Hang on, I need to just see if we do end up in this lambda. So it was null op, which failed. Which we do a reset, current cover point. This is because we're immediately going starting collidable again. So let's try it where we just don't move. It works if we don't move, look. So if we wait for him to come to us. Definitely, so he's moving away and then he's trying to move back towards us. Mm-hmm. I'm going to say "aw." Yeah, I don't know if this is working very well. This whole thing. Let's try a different way. So what we want to do is we want to do get nearest valid position of this. So we want to set up all these dynamic colliders like before. And then we want to move in a different way. I think we'll try a different way. So let's just have a look at the other move, the default one. Just copy that for now. But the start has got to be different. The start has got to be nearest valid position. C.get position. And that's got to be basically this. So what does this do? This relies on things already being calculated. So I'm going to go auto nav mesh is that. Auto static hashes equals get static collision hashes. Auto dynamic collider. Well, we have them all here, don't we? So let's just not do that. This is not really the best way to do it, but we'll just see if we can put something together. And that is basically the move there. Let's see what happens. So he'll just pick a point outside of the NPC's collidable zone to start from, which means hopefully you should just walk there. MC.get interaction. Width height. Let's just do rather than the interaction bounds for now. Just the source position. Do that. Let's actually draw this. Do we have a draw path? Draw lines. We'll stick that on as well. Source rect. And then destruct. Ooh. What's this? The start source rect. Okay, so we're doing the whole I am stuck thing. So it did pick the right path. It's just the thing is, so maybe this needs the dynamic, it needs to be the default one. So we're only really using the dynamic colliders in this context just to get the new path. So why are we getting stuck? We're picking two different starts. Oh, it's the nearest valid position to not this. It's the nearest valid position to the playable character position. The NPC's position. Get game state. You have a get NPC position. If auto NPC position that might be it. Well, it just hasn't walked to the start location. It's just walked off. Is it the NPC position? I think actually no. It is the nearest valid location. The movement controller position. think it's just because source P is changing all the time. So let's just put in standard optional to source P. And then we're going to go, if not source P, this is just if there's a source P. Okay. So get nearest valid position didn't actually seem to work there because it picked something that was inside this region. But it did work. Did he actually follow that path though? It looks like he just walked off. Look, he's not following the path. You got his initial direction. So the drift. It's because it isn't able to get close enough to the goal. I think. So we gave it the start that was not. So we want to say let's say if source P distance squared, I'll say distance to MC get position is greater than 0.1. Result equals ignore collision, move to context dot move let's do that. Try that. So you should just walk in a straight line. Look. So actually, I think we probably should do this. I'm going to say if at start, I'm going to say if at start succeeded equals at goal. Move to start. We should move away. Nope. So it's working, it says. This has to be result. This has to feed back into the actual system. Yeah, this might actually, we need to actually say that this phase is over. This has to be dynamic colliders because he's just going to walk straight back the way he came. So it's interesting that the nearest one is not, that isn't actually working. We call so get nearest valid position. Like that. So the green square let's floor that. Is it round? Floor it. That's fine. do that. That's not even aligning now. Okay. We'll just say floor for there. So is that the goal? Okay, so this is going to move away. So we want to do this. So we want to go. We only want to do this if the source P is, well, I do want to do this. So we go through, it's not a source P, we just get the nearest valid location. And then we want to kind of like path to that. Basically. Which we do here. And then if that comes to the goal, I mean, we might just do it in phases, you know. We might do enum class e void other NPC phase unknown path out of danger and then path to cover. Path out of danger, and then path to test. So we've got like 2 phases, and then we're going to have phase, it's unknown, and then we'll just make that source P. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to say if phase is equal to unknown, I'm going to say source P is this, and then we're going to go phase equal to path out of danger, and then we're going to say if phase is equal to path out of danger, we do this, and then we're going to go if result dot succeeded equals a star result at goal. Then we're going to say phase is equal to path to dest, and then we're going to say phase is equal to path to dest. Just want to do that really. So this is the general interaction bounds version now. My Film Chew. Hey, how's it going? Hope you're alright. Hope you had a good evening yesterday. Are you working again today? Meetings as soon as he got up, yeah. Great thing about working on my own is there's no meetings. Only with myself. Don't have to talk in that. What are you working on today? Is there anything you can say? Or is it all NDA'd? So it might not return actually. Yeah, I'm just extending these movement contexts that I were working on yesterday, just to try and do different things, different situations. Particularly this one is like avoid another NPC. So you want to move avoiding another NPC. Which would be nice. Back inside. Alright, okay. Bug tracking. Yeah. Nice one. Are you like a lead there then? Because you've had experience. You've had a lot of experience, haven't you? Okay. So what's going on here then? Phase is unknown. Phase is set to path out of danger. On the SDK side of things, yeah. Ah, cool, cool. Starting collidable. So it's not pathing out of danger. Just get nearest valid position is not working. So what I'm going to do is just always show this source P. Rect source P. I'm tired today, so I'm on super go slow. Didn't sleep great, unfortunately. I'll take it easy today. Yeah, so it's like inside so source P is 5.5. Okay, so that's flawed. So I think, to be fair, we can just do this. Yeah. Yeah, you can't sleep with kids, that's true. That is true. They're always up. Even if they go to bed late, they're up early. My daughter's like, I'm going to have a lie in. And then come the morning time, she's completely forgotten about that. Yeah. So the phase is setting to unknown. Is a phase setting to unknown every frame? It can't be. Path out of danger. No, that's because it's different movement controllers. So what I might do, if it's at goal, I'm just going to say mc.set position to the source position. And the source position was definitely retrieved from the get nearest valid. So if it doesn't work, the get nearest valid is bugged. There we go, it worked there. Okay, that's good. So let's just watch that. So the idea now is I'm doing just extending the pathfinding, so he moves away. Like he looks like he warped away from me there rather than moved away from me. So tired, I can't even, didn't really register what happened there. So he's like pathfinding, avoiding this big white thing. Because he's trying to move away from me. Before he was like wanting to go to cover down here, but he was pathing across me to get to cover, which is not that realistic really if you're trying to get to cover. Whoops. So you want like a big region to avoid. That seems to be working quite nicely actually now. Oh. But the main thing is I'm building out these contexts. So I could just make new contexts how I want pathfinding. So this is like the default one. This is like ignore another NPC. This one is ignore all the collision in the level. And we can just add more. And then all I want to do is if I want to move an NPC somewhere, I can supply a context which describes how I want him to move there. And this context can be anything. So if it's part of a quest and he needs to go over to use the fast travel system, I could go like, well, move to this location in the world, but use the fast travel system. So I think it's going to be quite handy. Going to be good. All this time, yeah, to work on my own projects. Yeah, I mean, it's something I've worked to my whole career, I suppose. Trying to get something which gives me time, which is not as difficult as it sounds. It's more difficult now because for me and you, because we have responsibilities like kids and houses and things. But I did it like, so my history is like, went to university, got a job in the games industry, didn't like it. So I left that around 2009. And then went and did something completely different with the goal of like, right, I'm going to try and do this thing to maximize my free time rather than maximize money or whatever. And I didn't really have any, I didn't have kids, didn't have any kind of outgoings really, so it was easy for me to do it then and built it up. Banby, hey, how's it going? Which runs mostly on its own. Yeah, so in England you call it like passive income, which means it doesn't mean it passes you by. It means that you can pass it. I don't know why. I don't know what the phrase really comes from. But it's not totally passive. Like I do have to go and do stuff, but it's not full time. And me and my wife run it together, and we have staff as well. And we all kind of share the load. So the kids are about to break up for school holidays, so I'm going to have to go and do a little bit more, I think, because we need more childcare. So I won't be streaming as much over August. But when she's at school, I get more free time. Yeah. Yeah, so I live also in the northeast of England, which is one of the cheapest areas to live in the country. Although it is gotten more expensive. All code was down. Oh, right, yeah. Oh, that's really common. Van Bjerg. Upgraded the scroll bars, cool. I have that thing of like you just write code and it's a big blob. It's a big blobby mess. And then you go back over it and you like tone it up and tone it up and tone it up over multiple iterations before you actually get something that is like good. So it's like kind of like going to the gym really. Which means rewriting stuff occasionally. Like I've been messing about with this for a couple of days and it is all just like bleh, just like going, seeing what happens really. And it's, I think the idea that you can just write something awesome straight away, unless you're very experienced in and you've done it 1,000 times before, isn't how it works. 2 kids. Yeah. Edinburgh's expensive. So when I did this, when I was like, right, I'm going to start streaming, which was end of January, I like got rid of my mobile phone contract and like the BBC license fee and all that stuff. I only kept YouTube Premium and really cut down my outgoings a lot to do this. And it seems to be working out all right. We're like six months in. It's been all right. Yeah, and like I only really have a couple of hobbies, right? So apart from my family, I like working on the computer, which doesn't cost me any money. And I like reading. And that's like basically what I do. So I don't have like a pull to get a sports car or anything like that. In the bug fixing phase. Yeah. So you're working on UI, aren't you? That is a key area that catches everybody out in UI, is that you can get quite deep into the implementation of UI before you realize what you've done is wrong. That's one of the other reasons why I think UI is really hard. You can actually write quite a lot of it and then be like, nah, this is all wrong. And go back to the drawing board quite a lot. Yeah, that's just the path of UI, unfortunately. And I've been down that path a lot. Anyway, this seems to be... So now he will try and get away from me. Before he looks for his path to cover, he's just like, let's get away. So let's just turn on some more of his brain. I need to turn on some more of my brain. Yeah, I'm not a fan of coding when I'm absolutely knackered, because there's a very high chance I have to redo all this when I'm not as tired. That seems to be working well. I want him to decide to run away instead of just try and kill me all the time. There we go. So I might just stick with that. I don't really want to spend ages on this pathfinding stuff, because this enemy is probably not going to be even in the game eventually. But he's definitely trying to move away. Grand. So what I'm going to do now is just spend a little bit of time kind of thinking about this. Because this... this means that these have to be done in order. But this also means they're quite fast. Well, nearest valid position needs to be done. after these, because these populate that, which I don't know is necessarily the best idea when I come back to this and I have no idea what's going on. For instance, I have to call these to do that, which is dodgy. That shouldn't really be a thing. So get nearest valid position. It probably just means like having some kind of initialize. So over here, I'm just going to have an initialize. Oh man. I need to get new Visual Assist because this is very old Visual Assist and it's full of little quirky bug things. Initialize does need to take both of these. So what do we need level for? Just there. I'm going to say if auto level is optimizing too much, pushing limits. Yeah, premature optimization. It actually hurts. It's not just a saying, it can actually hurt development. I thought it was spelt with a Z, not with an S. There are a few ones, yeah, a few words with an S in England. I actually use both in my code base. I don't really have a problem with using I mean, we would say Z. Premature optimization is the root of all evil. Yeah, I remember that. That's what they taught me. I think you need to find a happy medium. You know, you need to find... You can do some optimizations as you go. I don't think all optimization is, or premature optimization is bad, personally. %1 of my lifetime, yeah. So for instance, I do these collision hashes. So rather than testing like lots and lots of rectangles, I hash the rectangles, individual rectangles, put them into a list, sort them, and then if I just want to know if something's collidable, I just look in that list with a binary search, which is an optimization. But I don't think it's premature in this case. I just call them collision hashes instead of collision rectangles. Yeah, I mean, you'll learn though, won't you? You'll learn. It's a learning experience. This This is, believe me, this is not the last time you're ever going to write UI. Even though you might want it to be at the moment. It won't be. Yeah. Yeah, you need to find that kind of happy medium, don't you? Of like, write things that you know are a little bit more optimized than writing the stupid thing. But don't get it so into such a state where it's very. There's a couple of states you can get your code base into, and one is you just can't read it, and the other one is you have the glasses, too many glasses on the shelf, which means you change it over here, and all the glasses fall off the back of the shelf. Push a new glass on or whatever. And premature optimization can lead to that. Tracy, yeah. Someone else was saying about Tracy. I have downloaded this and looked at it before and had a go with it. So it does GPU as well. That's good. I've just been using Pix to do the basics of profiling in the GPU. I haven't really profiled too much. I just profile when the debug build is getting a bit too slow at the moment. This looks really good though. Looks like it's all built with IMGUI. It's cool. Not using all of it. Yeah, that's it. That's all I've got at the moment for the GPU anyway, yeah. But I've found, I don't know if you do much stuff with the GPU with DirectX 12, I've found that the Pix API stuff is slow. So, what's it called? When you start doing this, Pix scoped event, that's like the slow thing in the program. Do you know what I mean? Doing Pix scoped event. It's like quite slow. At least on my GPU, it's quite slow. Yeah, I had scopes. Yeah. With the Pix scope thing. And then you can look at it in Pix and you can have a label and a color code and it'll measure the time and all that stuff. Like, I'm not going to probably be doing anything crazy enough to warrant hardcore profiling, really. I mean, it depends. See how far it goes. Got no time limit for this. We could keep working on it for 10 years. Make a custom widget without adding it to the library. Oh, yeah, nice one. Yeah, that's that is also the dream, doing something like that. I tend to have my basic widgets, and then if I want to customize a widget or make a custom widget, can't remember. Go to game menus. So like some of the game stuff are gonna have custom widgets. Draw percentage slider. Is that a custom one? Yeah, this is a custom one. Well, draw button mapping is definitely a custom one. I can't really remember how you do it though. There's these calls like add to bounds, which like extends the bounds of the input area of the UI widget, and then you add input boxes into it. So it's just a box, and it's like an input box is like a region on the screen that's going to receive some kind of input, and then you just check whether the boxes are like hot, or is just hot, or focused. So then you can draw stuff. So you could draw like a quad and then put an input box on the quad, and then if the quad becomes hot, meaning the mouse is over it, or if you're using a gamepad, the gamepad's over it, then you can check for that and draw like a rectangle around the box or something. That tends to be the way that I do it. Keep it minimal. Yeah. It gets big on its own. That's it in it. It's like you don't need to deliberately bloat it out, because these things get big on their own without you trying. Even if you're trying to keep it small, it gets big. Similar and different, yeah. So when I was writing my UI, one of the things that I learned early on when writing UI is you need to separate input devices, so like mice, keyboard, controller, or like VR headset or whatever, from the rendering of the thing. Like you can't say if mouse intersects box, draw something. Like you can't do that. That's a trap. That's what I learned early on. So I have that. That's why I have the concept of input box. And an input box is you just define the region on screen that is interesting for input. You don't define what the input device is or anything like that. You do that in a different area. Traces overhead. Oh, is it? Yeah. That's what a problem I'm having with Pix. I've had with Pix. Is that like, wow, the game's running at like, there's this thing that's taking 18% of the frame. What is it? And it's blooming Pix scope event. You know, it's like, why is it? All it's doing is putting a string on the GPU. I don't know why. Maybe it has to interrupt it. I don't know how it works really. So, the thing that takes all the frame time is presenting the frame. Trace is small when you're functioning. Okay, yeah. Yeah, the thing that takes a lot of time in mine now is the driver. It's in the driver, basically. It's in the DirectX driver all the time. And so it's kind of GPU bound, I suppose, at the moment. Probably will always be GPU bound, this game. CPU's not really going to be doing that much. Okay, so we had this initializer, which is maybe a bad name. We'll call it just generate context data. We don't need to do that because we've only got it in 2 places. Generate context data. Come on. So we're just going to go generate context data like that. Black window takes the same time as UI. Yeah, the clearing. I found that actually clearing is quite expensive. Doing the actual. It's if you can get away with it, don't do it. Okay. Event based. Yeah. Yeah, mine's not really event based. I don't actually know if there are any events for the UI widgets. Could put them in if you wanted. But I haven't done that yet. I know in past projects where I've written different UIs, I've needed events as well. I'm not gonna get much lower than 0.1 milliseconds, yeah. Okay. Now this is kind of also looting up the movement controller as well. So I might put this in a new file. So here is like the start is in the goal, so we can ignore move to context, ignore collision move to context. That's good. Yeah, nice. Yeah, like there are pros and cons of both. I'm a fan of both. Really. I've written UI systems that do, yeah, that both immediate mode and event driven ones. Okay, so what I'm gonna do, so these are all spans, right? So I think these can be all spans. Which means these can be spans. And then when we copy it into the packet, this can be a span, I believe. And this can be a span. Builds. Tesla tick, how's it going? How do you optimize GUI? Vertex buffers and index buffers for each frame. So you optimize. It's how you create the buffers. You know, in an ideal world, everything should be in one draw call. If you can get your everything to go into one draw call, that would be awesome. In reality, you need scissor rectangles for a lot of things, so you need to separate some things out that need different scissors. You want to come up with a cool system, maybe that limits overdraw if you've got panels on top of panels. The killer on a GPU is overdraw. You can basically kill the frame rate of any GPU with overdraw. Even the most powerful ones. So it's all about draw calls and overdraw, really. Did scissors on GPU, on CPU. So how did you do that for, say, like a text box where you've got like half a glyph off the scissor? How did you do that? Or scroll bars. Like this situation. So if I do this, I don't know if you better see. You've got like the glyphs are like half being rendered. Half, only the bottom half of the glyph. So going back to the optimization and overdraw, this description box shouldn't be being drawn over the top of this because that's overdraw. This description box needs to be strictly drawn above it, and then you actually scissor off the top of this. Because you could say to me, "Oh, we'll just draw the description box over the top," but that's overdraw, so you wouldn't want to do that. You'd want to scissor the top of this off. And like I was saying, overdraw is like probably the #1 performance killer on a GPU. All right. So you have a cache of rectangles and use draw calls instead of creating buffers each frame. Yeah, you create the buffers, but when you want to do a draw call, you would set the scissor rectangle that you want to draw to, which is a hardware call to a GPU to say like, this is the area of the screen that I'm interested in drawing to. And then it will cull anything out of that region, basically. So you need to kind of like optimize your meshes for where they're going to be drawn with the scissor rectangles and stuff as well, or at least the draw calls within the meshes. You can have one big mesh if you want, and then just draw within the mesh. So you know, you want to make sure that the things that are all in the same scissor are all next to each other in the mesh, so you can draw them all together in one call. Adjusted UV coordinates on the CPU by the amount that was culled. So you're actually culling with the texture coordinates, which would work, except you'd still get overdraw. Yeah. Oh yeah, if it doesn't hurt performance, it's totally fine, isn't it? It's nice, like, thinking outside the box way of doing it, you know. It's good to do that. So all your text is in one draw call. Yeah. And then the scissors are done with UV. some kind of UV clipping thing. See, that could be desirable, doing something like that, because then if you can draw absolutely all of your text in one draw call, that's quite a big saving. Even the clipped text, that's quite a big performance boost. So on mine, for instance, because all these have separate scissors, and unfortunately you can't set multiple scissors per draw call, this has got to be a separate draw call from this. Anything outside, so all the button and all these, and this and this and this and this and this, everything else can be drawn as one call, but the things inside the rectangle for the text boxes have to be drawn in separate calls. So if you could come up with a cool way to like draw everything and then actually have some kind of software style clipping, that would be cool. How much over is for? It's there from a draw call. Depends on the amount of overdraw you want to do. If there's lots of overdraw, meaning the CPU has to draw and then block and then draw over the top and then block and then draw over the top. If you've got lots of overdraw, it can take a very long time if that's a big area of the screen. Even though it's one draw call. So overdraw is you draw a quad, and then over that quad you draw another quad. So you've got two. You've drawn the same pixel 2 times, basically, or more. And that gets in the way of the GPU, because then it has to schedule its draw. Because it has to be like, well, this one has to be drawn behind this one, and I can't draw the second one until the first one is drawn, so I need to block. So it causes a whole load of problems for the GPU, you see. It can't do everything in parallel. It likes to do everything in parallel if it can. So if the pixels are 2 different pixels, or they're in 2 different like clusters of pixels, it can do it at exactly the same time, and that's what it makes it so fast. But if you're having to draw the same pixel 2 or more times, it slows it down a lot. Something that happens under the hood. So overdraw is just a natural, it's just a natural product of rendering. So like there's this crate, and then if I put the barrels over, now I've got overdraw. We've got the crate has to be drawn first, and then the barrels have to be drawn, or at least the pixels that are overdrawn. If I did this, they're drawn at exactly the same time in a lockstep kind of thing. So this takes like 1x to draw, and this takes 2x to draw, even though we're drawing the exact same amount of entities. And if I was to stack loads and loads and loads, the performance would stall massively. So yeah, you need to design the render around trying to eliminate overdraw if you can. And it's much more of a problem in 2D games because you've got to draw everything at the back of the scene first. In 3D games, you've got a depth buffer, so you can draw everything at the front of the scene first, then use the depth buffer to actually cull the things behind so they don't actually hit the draw. Do you know what I mean? So there's literally, if this was a 3D scene and there was a depth buffer, we'd draw this first, these barrels, and then the pixels that are behind the barrels, would you be able to use the depth buffer to say they didn't actually need to be drawn? So you can get away with it more in 3D. Low performance from fewer draw calls, even with software clipping. Yeah. If you've got no overdraw, like I say, overdraw is the #1 performance killer. You could basically probably kill 50-90 with overdraw quite easily. A little bit of overdraw with top drop downs. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, so do I. I mean, I suffer from overdraw. That would be overdraw. I don't do any depth testing, so that would be overdraw for me. And the drop downs are overdrawn. Yeah. It's working really nicely now, that. He's kind of like... That's probably because he's right on the edge of the level. So he can't do it. He can't run away. Alright, good. I'm just going to get off this now. So we've changed them to spans. How much did I hurt you? Yeah. 1200 quads in your UI. Oh yeah, nice one. You can actually get away with having a lot of quads. GPUs will do millions of frame and it will be fine. They're really good at that. Because obviously vertex shaders don't... The overdraw is not a problem for them because they're discrete things. They don't rely on any kind of ordering. Like my renderer tries to maximize the number of vertices to minimize the number of pixels, if you know what I mean. So it will create meshes, will break meshes up. So this isn't a quad. These barrels are a quad. Look. These barrels are a quad. It breaks it up into lots of quads to cut out all of the white space. Because that's just faster for the GPU to... All of a sudden now, it's not able to rest on its location, interestingly. 2 milliseconds, single threaded, nice one. That's really good. A lot slower on the GPU, interesting. Okay. Right, so I'm going to put these in their own file. This is going to be move to context types. Let's put this down here a second. So where does A star result come from? Good question. Comes from A star. Which is included here. So unfortunately I've got to include A star at the moment. So we just want to get all these. Switch using a colour palette. I remember you saying you were doing that, yeah. Okay. No more optimization for a long time, yeah. Is there another thing called foo? That needs to go away. Oh, he's creating it in the wrong blooming file. No, why he's doing that. Well, that's quite annoying. We'll have to do it ourselves then. Move to context types. NPC instance. Do you think it's fine if you use a soft render for simple things like pop-ups? Or is it fast enough to still fast enough to create a swap chain and all those resources dynamically? To create a swap chain just for a pop-up might be a lot of work. If you're only going to, depends what you're going to use. If you're going to actually write some kind of renderer, then you obviously need one anyway. If it's fast enough doing software, do software. If that's the thing that works. Obviously, if you start, if you want to do swap chains and stuff, it's more stuff to maintain, isn't it? Alright, cool. So All these are going to move over. To here. Doesn't know about game state, so include game state. See how many that gets rid of. How many errors? Game canvas. Fast enough for small resolutions like pop-up. So it might be easy to use it for pop-up windows. Yeah, if it's easier. If it's easier and it works and it's fast, that's the way to go, isn't it? And then this needs move to context types. All right. So this doesn't actually compile in the mono build. So let's exclude that. And then we'll put it in build number 7. Move to context types. It doesn't know about it. So put it in the wrong one. Build 7 for Sci-Fi Gardener. That's what we want. Interesting game location. Where's that? That's in the engine library, so that's fine. All right. So while it's building, I'll have 2 minutes to make more coffee. We'll be back in 2 minutes. there. So we've got that context in their own file now, which is nice. We've got this interruptible thing. Do we need this anymore? I think we'll keep it in just in case. Black Goku, hey, how's it going? Couldn't tell if you were a bot or not. Just because you put the letter H. I want to assume you're not. Yeah, if you've got any questions, just ask, no problem. Alright. So what I'm going to do is I just want to watch this. Now, I'm not really a fan of having the data not generated before the move, so I'm going to actually change this. I'm going to actually have generate context data here. $1992 or $1892? $1892. No, I'm only joking. I've been programming since 1998, I want to say, something like that. Something like that. Are you a programmer as well? And this can be of mesh points, static collision hashes, dynamic colliders, then what I'm going to do is just before we call draw, I'm going to call generate context data or move, even it's called move. Context generate context data, this SP, and then here generate context data, this SP. Just working on a bit of pathfinding stuff at the moment, like Goku. Check there's nowhere else. Yeah, okay. So I just want to check that the context data is there. Didn't build. Let's rebuild that. So now in the behavior types now, we just pass a void other NPC move to context. Which is a bit of a long name. But it's fine, it's just a name. And we're avoiding the playable character, which means he moves away from the playable character. With radius 10, now that is going to have to change because we need to make that rig dependent. There we go. So it needs to avoid basically this massive square here. And I think we need to clip these. Do we need to clip these with the edge of the level? I don't know. So he's still hostile there. He's bouncing. Let's have a look at the graph. So this is an NPC find cover and he's in a hostile state. Need to catch him bouncing. So what is that bounce? Why is that bouncing happening? Current cover point minus 18.9. Minus 18.9. So he's walking away and coming back to his cover point. By the looks of it. So let's have a look. So the phase is unknown. Path out of danger. Working. Oops. He's run off. He's coming back. I need to fix that. Or if I do breakpoints in the code, the guy runs away. Okay, so he's bouncing now. So he's at minus 18.7 at the moment. We want him to go to minus 18.8. So the move target, and what is the position? Location, position. So really what I want to do here is we want to say location position is equal to the target, or if it's about near the target. If location dot position distance squared to the move target is less than 0.1, we're basically at the position. So end move or after move, e movement at goal, like that. Okay, didn't like that. Just target. Basically means he'll immediately succeed through the same location as he's trying to move to. So now he's taking the path which avoids this big white area, which is a good find cover, because this is what he's doing, he's trying to find cover. I don't know what really these are. These must be duplicates. I'm just moving around here. I just want to see if he ends up bouncing again. So far so good. He was bouncing when he was hostile level 1 before. So basically he's going to finish, a timer should have started now, and he'll eventually become not hostile again. I don't really know how long it takes. either that or it's broken. So he's in find cover. So find cover's not returning. Success. And that's what's going on there. So it is a bug. Oh, it's not built. It's not built it. That's what the problem is. Okay. Let's see if it actually gets off this state now. So we need to get him in a retreat phase while he's hostile. So I think we just try and get away from him. Okay. There we go. So where is he now? He's still trying to find cover, right? So it needs to call after move with at goal. Did it call it? So we're going to mark it success. So we've marked it as successful. Bread Monsters, thanks for the follow on awesome username that is. Thanks for the follow. Got any questions, just ask, no problem. Benkley. Bread Monsters. What a name. You alright, Benkley? Or Bread Monsters now, I suppose. Hope you're alright. I guess it's still running. Interesting. So we make it successful. And it's going to come straight back in here, probably. That's probably what happens. No, it doesn't. That's weird, isn't it? So we make it successful. Okay, let's just break when this value changes then. Here. Running. Ah. I'm doing alright, thanks. I'm a bit tired. I didn't sleep that great. But the game's coming on, which is good. Just tightening up the pathfinding stuff, really. Just want to get this right before I move on, because then I can forget about it. It's one of the more complicated systems in the game, really. I mean, pathfinding itself is quite straightforward, but it's how it interacts with the NPC behavior system, which is hard. Yeah, so it's succeeding it, and then it is... so all we need to do is we need to just call running. It's succeeding it, and then it's immediately succeeding it. So we'll call running, like this. And then we'll just return whatever behavior state. So set it to running, but if this immediately returns this move to in exactly the same frame, then it might succeed or fail immediately, and then we'll just reflect that there. All right. So we need to get him running away from me. I think that worked. So Benkley, if you're still there, what I'm doing is I'm putting in different contexts for pathfinding. So like why I wanting to move, basically. And this particular context is, well, I'm wanting to run away. I'm wanting this guy to run away from me. So this guy puts a big white area around, which is just debug draw, to say like pathfind, but ignore this area. See what I mean? Which means he always runs away. Rather than, you know, if he found a cover point up here, he would run towards me to try and get to cover, which is not what I would like. I would like it to go around the back, you know, because he's trying to get away from me. But that's kind of working now. So eventually, if I move away, he'll give up attacking, but he remains hostile until he gets into cover. Oh, I shouldn't have moved there. See, he's remained hostile, so when I moved, he came back for me. And then when he gets into cover, which unfortunately is going to be off the screen, I can move without disturbing him. Oh, he's still hostile. Hang on. There we go. And there we go. He goes back to being... Once he gets to cover, he just goes back to being not hostile after that. All right, So I'm just going to take out some of this debug drawing stuff in the context types. It's here. And I think that's pretty much it for that. I might be able to have something that I can check off my list. Let's have a look at, find my list. Extend path finding to avoid calculus. We've done that from both the left and right hand side. So we need to do that now, which means we need 2 NPCs to fight me. Now this, because I've worked on it, hopefully, is straightforward. So this is an event. Game event, spawn NPC. NPC Spidean instance 1. So we're going to say Spidean 1. The trigger ID, I presume, is the trigger ID that we want him to spawn out of. And that is it. So let's see if we end up with 2 of them and see how they behave together. Oh, there was one more thing that I needed to do actually. I needed to get the radius from the rig. This is just hard coded to 10 at the moment. Wow, it's quite crazy with 2 of them. So we want AC. We want get avoidance radius or whatever. Get avoid, for lack of a better name. Check I've spelled that correctly. So get avoidance radius is very similar to this, except the X is, so we need a couple of, we want rig type has get avoidance radius. Like this. And the animated rig types. So the hero's avoidance radius is going to be 10. And then that means We'll probably default with 1 rather than 0. Where are we? So that means on the behavior types, this is just AC, get avoidance radius. Alright, so we want to get in a situation. This is going to be quite difficult to actually construct this, to test this. Because right now what we want to do is, so when the Spidey NPC wants to pick an area to attack, if that area is already filled with a dynamic collider, we need to go to the other side of the person we want to attack. So basically that means that the player, Spidey comes along and attacks the player. This Spidey wants to attack, but in the same location. Obviously it can't move there, so it needs to go around to the other side to attack from the other side. We already do this, but not with dynamic colliders. We do it with static colliders. So I think it's probably pretty hard to test. So in the combat controller, where do we actually decide? That can go. Where do we actually decide where we want to move the guy? Could be actually in the rig, because it's dependent on the animated rig, so the animation controller. It's dependent on the size of the animated rig. Get combat attack level position or region. Well, I think it calls that. So if we just have a look everywhere we're using this. Maybe not there. Position. Ah, here it is. It's the position. So we're looking at the collision hashes for a level there. And we're binary searching. We need to get the dynamic colliders as well. We've just written something to do that, which is the default move to context. Get dynamic colliders. But that's not in a nice binary searchable array. So what I might do is go through the movement controller. Okay, so the movement controller, right? We're going to have standard span U32, get dynamic collider hashes, collision hashes, like that. So we're going to go default move to context, generate, get dynamic colliders for this. Let me just return that, well, auto colliders. And then we go for auto C in colliders. Auto hash. Equals hash 32 VM cast vec vec2 I c dot floor we want tier 8 U32 result collider size like that, and then we're just going to go result.add hash and then just return the result. Right. This is probably all const MC. Do we want to make it const MC though? I probably don't want to really, because we might end up with some contexts that do want to modify the movement controller. Fine. So then we need to do standard ranges. Let me just sort this. Sort the result. Okay, so that means that this is static collision. Else if dynamic, we need to get the dynamic collision. So this is in, yeah. We'll just do it here. We'll just say auto dynamic collision. So we need the movement controller. Get game state, get movement controller, the NPC, and then we want to go auto dynamic collision equals MC get dynamic collision hashes so this is dynamic collision. Now obviously if we've already modified it, then we don't want to modify it again. We want to go through all this. So what I might do is I might do float. Well, we're going to do standard optional float. Changing it, well, new X. I want to say new X is that, new X is that, plus vec2 I, is it? No, vec2 new X dot value are 0, 0. And then this is new X like this. So if we didn't set new X, this is not new X even. So if we didn't set new X, we can go through and check the dynamic ones as well. So it's going to be hard to test really, like getting this situation like, okay, that is the situation. Look at this guy, he's not able to path. So Spidean 1 is not able to fulfill his path. So look at what's going on there then. MC is Spidean, it's type Spidean ID 6, so it's not that one. Type Spidean ID 6, it's not that one. It's this one, ID 4 billion. the wrong function. So the phase is unknown. The MC position minus 17.2. He's saying it's at goal. Okay. So that is telling him to go up. So that is telling him to go up. All the time. Goal incollidable. So this one is getting the right vector. It's saying go up. Is it possibly because we are setting the position over and over again? I think that's what it is. So we're setting again. Find cover. So this is failing. So what's happening is it's resetting the position over and over again. Oops. Here we go. So let's just go back out and delete this one. Oh, thanks, Bread Monsters. Yeah, just spending time working on this pathfinding stuff. Try and get it kind of solid if I can. So there's all these little edge cases, it seems. Like now he's stuck in a state of attack. So he's stuck. It looks like he's stuck to the warming up. Let's think. It could be something to do with where we do a move to find the location for the attack. Because now we're saying we can actually modify behavior state in the same frame. So there's a bunch of things that need to change. Like that needs to go there because we're going to set it to running, and then move to could immediately return and set them to success or fail. So we need to go through and check we're doing all this. So now this needs to be like you move to result following path. Failed. Well, we'll just set the position there. So result is at goal. And then we return the result. That's fine. That's the one that actually moves the NPC into the attack position. Okay. Problem with doing this though is if it's not on the same frame, this is going to write into someone else's stack space, so I can't do that. Okay. Do we have a result here? We need to do this a different way. So will it return? It'll return. It needs to return something. It needs to return an e-movement controller result. Really? That's what it needs to do. And then we can go, the result is that. And then we just return the result. So we don't actually don't want to capture something that's local to the stack frame, really. So what did this used to return? Probably following path. MC result. All right. Okay. So this is where we start, is in the collider ball. He was able to sort himself out there. Okay, so let's go back to having two of them. Spawn NPC Spidean instance 1 in this trigger. And then after we've done this, the next thing to do is extend pathfinding to the player from here. We've done that. We're doing that right now. Next thing to do is disallow for now NPCs attacking other NPCs. Okay, so this one gets in this problem. So we're waiting on Pathfinder. So I think it's because they're going for the same location. So we'll fix this. So what is going on here? Like neither of them are executing the tree by the looks of it. Okay, so tick move target. So Spidean 1. What's going on here? No, don't rebuild anything. Ugh. It's fine. No, come on, no, stop me. Visual Studio. Right, fine, whatever. Let's try and get in that state again. Try and get in that situation where he's walking on the spot. Oops. Hard to get it back into that state. I've had it in there a couple of times before. Crazy that they hit each other. Hitting each other causes a bug. It's because I never intended them to be able to hit each other. So it causes a bug with the animations. I don't think I can get it in that state. Let's try again. Well, I'll probably just move on, and then when this eventually we'll get in this state again where we can't get to his goal. When that happens, we'll stop and debug it there. Okay. So the next thing I want to do is disallow for now NPCs attacking other NPCs. Right, so behavior types, NPC attack PC. So I think this is to do with when we are actually generating who we are going to attack. Of attacking intersect. So we're going over combat controllers now. So we're going to say, what we want to say is, if not, get game state. That is playable character. SCC. ID. So if the thing being attacked is not the playable character, and the ID is not the playable character, continue. And I think that will stop NPCs attacking other NPCs. My Fu Manchu, hey. Discussing issues that should not be an SDK problem. Oh, lovely. Nice one. Oh, so that's not great, is it? So I just want to get in a situation where what I'm trying to do is trying to stop NPCs attacking each other. I do eventually want NPCs to be able to fight each other, but not now, because I designed it not for it. I designed it for just attacking the playable character at the moment. That seems to be okay. That was a quick fix. It just happened to be that NPCs could attack each other, but then that caused some other animation bugs. So I'll go over this again later, and we'll design a way for NPCs to fight each other. What PC specs? Hey, Asidankos, how's it going? PC specs, right? 32 gig of slow RAM. GTX 1080, so an old GPU, and some Intel 7700. Maybe it's an old computer, this, so it's not flash. I'm going to try and get a new computer probably in September. I haven't had a new computer. It's about 8 years old, this computer, or 9 years old or something. It won't even run Windows 11. Oh, it isn't supported by Windows 11. So that'll give you an idea of the age of it. But yeah, if you've got any questions, Asidankos, let us know. No problem. Right now I'm just working on combat. Getting right to the end of this kind of pre-production. So here we go. Look, this guy's stuck. Yeah, still running a 1080. It's been great, to be fair. Like, I don't really play any real modern AAA on it. But it's been great. It's been a really fun card to code with all these years. So this guy's stuck in the attacking phase. So something I did there broke it. don't think these things can attack each other anymore. Yeah. Yeah, crazy that, isn't it? So there's still 8 gigabytes of VRAM. This has 8 gigabytes of VRAM. Look, we got a thing there. Well, that was only because they were going for the same goal, I think. Right, okay. Cable's melting. Oh my god, it's like Red Ring of Death. Yeah, I don't know what card to get really when I get a new PC. I don't really need a super powerful card. Like I was looking at maybe the 4070, maybe, or 3070. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I believe it. So they seem to get quite stuck when they're trying to go for the same goal. So he's trying to go there. He's starting to go there. And then he's being pulled back because he's hostile and he's flipping around. All fake frames as well, yeah. That's crazy, isn't it? Symptoms of like a slowing down technology market, as in advancement of technology, and having to make stuff up, or having to invent buzzwords. So Spidey and Zero's really struggling there. Seems to be permanently kind of like going in that weird, because he's in hostile North there, which is not actually meant to. He's not meant to be moving in hostile North. Okay, so he's stuck in hostile North. He's not actually in this graph. Oh, that's why he's behaving all weird. But they're getting like stuck in state for some reason. It was stuck in attacking before, and then it was stuck in hostile level 0 then. Execute combat attack state change. Difficult for me to. I'm so tired. Difficult for me to really debug. It seems all to kind of be linked to moving to the same target. So I might write something where it's like a record of targets. And we can just immediately say you can't go to that target if someone else is in it, or if someone else is going to it. Could try that. I mean, that seems a little overkill. It looks like he's still getting hit there. And that's where he's gone wrong. He's still going into the stagger. So where do we go into the hit routine? The hit routine, combat attacked. Okay, so I'm just going to do this, you know. It has to be not me. If the dest entity, let's just put a breakpoint here and just see what's going on. So the event, the source entity is who is attacking, the dest entity is who is attacked. So if the dest entity E dot dest entity, we'll call it dest entity ID, is equal to, or is not equal to NPC's hero break on that. Right, I'm just gonna have a 2-minute break, nip to the loo, it won't be long. Okay, let's see if this breakpoint fires, because this looked like he got hit. Looks something he's definitely been smacked. He's not actually getting the event though. Something has happened there. So what is going on there then? which Spidey is it to begin with? Spidey 1. This one. NPC attack on enter. Oh yeah, I've been there, Fanbjerg. Yeah, man. You've got to keep working at it, really. So it looks like it's just cycling through tons of states. Cooling down. So what is it doing? It's like oh, no, it's fixed itself. There's some kind of like one is affecting the other. About time to try and keep sanity. One in place and refactoring so much for no added features. I think, yeah, adding features is one part, but it's also making the existing features really tight and good is another part. And there's pride to be found in both, I think. Like, I haven't added new features into this for ages, for a few weeks now, because I'm trying to refine what I already have. As you can see, it's not very refined at the moment. Something's happened here. He was fine until a point, and now he's not fine anymore. Now he's all kinds of screwed up. Yeah. That's the same as me, you know. I think if you want to grow a piece of software to be good, you have to not just put loads of features in. You have to put features in and go back and make sure they're really good. And then, only then, do you put something extra in. Doing other things. Yeah, you need to make sure that you're keeping yourself motivated somehow. So yeah, if you need a break from debugging, try and do something new. X out amount of refining, then do other projects after. Yeah, if that's what you want to do. So Spidey in North it's just like his state is totally screwed up. So he's in hostile level 0. He's warming up his attack. Not doing much rethinking. It's namespaces, structs and things. Yeah. Yeah, that's... Yeah. More organizational things. So I need to somehow get him in a state where he's going to get... Here we go. Poor guy, he's getting clobbered. Hey, Woot Dragon, how's it going? Oh, you learnt a lot less about standard move, standard ref. Alright, cool. Well done. Nice one. Yeah, I did know that, yeah. Yeah. References are designed really to be temporary all the time. Until now, there's a standard optional of a reference you can do in 2026 now. You learn that the hard way, yeah. Okay, so now he is screwed up. So what is causing him that? It's fine until a certain point, and then he does some interaction with the other Spidey in there. And now his state is all stuck or something. Why is it not compiling here? So you have to do allocations for them every instance. Own threads. We have to do allocations for them every instance. I mean, you can pass a raw pointer into a thread. That's no problem. That's what you mean. Yeah, standard move is the shallow copy of copying pointers, but not data. Really, that's how it's intended to be used. Raw pointers all use new. Well, a pointer is just the address of anything. You don't have to call new. New gives you a pointer, yeah. Yeah. But you can pass that pointer into a thread without reallocating it, if you want to do that. Yeah. It's to do the shallow copies. So you're copying the pointer to the string, not the actual characters of the string. Yeah. Standard move, the way I think of it, is a transfer of ownership of memory. The move, so move doesn't move is a bit of a joke. What it doesn't move the memory, it moves the ownership of the memory. It's a bit of a dodgy name. So if you think conceptually of the string owning the memory that the characters are in, and if you wanted to move the ownership of that memory to another string, you would do standard move on it. Yeah. Not the same as a copy. No, because copy makes a duplicate. And the original string holds its original data, and the new string holds the copy. Yeah. The game's compiling, so I can show you actually. So I do array of int eyes 1, 2, 3, and then I do array int eyes 2 is standard move of eyes. Right. So we'll do some eyes, right? And there we go, we've got 3 things. And the pointer is 660, right? And then I'm going to move eyes into eyes 2. So eyes 2 now, the pointer is 660, so it copied the pointer. And if I look at eyes, it's empty. So eyes 2 has become eyes, essentially. And eyes has been emptied. Now it did that because it copied the pointer of 660. If I did this, yeah, pass by value everywhere, yeah. If I did this, which is not using the move, so eyes now, it's a pointer of 770. If I do that, eyes still has a pointer of 770. Eyes 2 has a pointer to AB0. So it's a duplicate. In the whole, there's twice as much memory being allocated there. So this is actually a deep copy. This is called a deep copy. Whereas that one is called a shallow copy. And it cleans up the dangling references, dangling pointers, which is why eyes gets emptied. So that's basically what it does. Also stopping a new allocation. Yeah, it doesn't new anything when it does the move. It just copies, copy. Copies the wrong word. It copies the pointer, not the data. So it doesn't need to do a new because it's not making new storage for a copy of the data, if you know what I mean. Yeah, so if the dangling pointer didn't get removed, it would cause the eyes 2, the memory there, to get junked, and it would no longer be pointing to proper data. Do you mean in this? Or this? Yeah, okay. So, this is a new. This would be a new. And if I did standard vector int pointer, my vector 2 is standard move my vector. This wouldn't be a new. So that's the new there. There's a new in there somewhere. This is not new. This is not nude. This new is irrelevant, really. That's not the same thing. So if we push back, df0, then we do this, df0, so it's just moved the pointer. That's empty. Size is 0 now, and that has got the. You can think about it as like renaming it if you want. So we've renamed my vector to my vector 2. But you know, it's transferring memory ownership essentially. This new is irrelevant, like this new is nothing to do with it really. It's the actual container itself that it has something to do on. Yeah, so my vector 2 becomes my vector. MC modding ARM, nice one. Yeah, have fun, have fun. Yeah, so you can either think, there's two ways I suppose. You can think of it, my vector 2 becomes my vector. Or the way I think about it is transferring the memory ownership. So all the memory ownership that my vector had is now in my vector 2. This takes responsibility. So when this is destructed, the memory gets deleted. And when this is destructed, nothing happens. So, standard move is more to do with ownership. Or is it more to do with reference? It's ownership. So the move is not the move of memory or anything. It's the move of ownership. That's what the move means. So the reason you can't copy a reference into a thread is because references by design are meant to be just temporary objects. So the thread can't store a reference. It has to store a reference wrapper, and all a reference wrapper is a pointer. It's just a pointer instead of the reference. So standard reference wrapper, if you look at it, you get through all the crap, is just a pointer. PTR, that's all it is. That's the only data member in it. It just turns your reference into a pointer, and that's why you're allowed to do a reference wrapper, because you're actually turning it into a pointer. So it's not the same as a pointer reference. Let's copy that in. Right, so this is a copy. Yeah. So these are two different things on the stack, but they point to the same memory location. Do you know what I mean? So it's a copy, not of the thing that it points to, of the actual pointer itself. The actual 8 bytes that the pointer is. Not the thing that it points to, no. So these are 2 separate things. They've got 2 different addresses on the stack. But they hold the same pointer. Would that be a pointer reference? Well, a pointer reference is kind of like this, I suppose. A pointer reference. Which is actually a kind of a double pointer. That's what you mean. So my point for pointer 2 is not pointing to pointer. No. Pointer 2 is pointing to what pointer is pointing at. But it's not pointing to pointer. Yeah, that, if you did that, now it's pointing to pointer. Or that, for instance. But that, like that, it's pointing to what my pointer is pointing at. So yeah, if you delete my pointer 2, then this is the dangling pointer now. So this is a problem. If you try and write to this, you have undefined behavior. That's the dangling pointer problem right there, you see. And that's what move tries to avoid. Isn't it the same as passing a pointer? It is the same as passing a pointer, yeah. Pointers need to stop dangling. Yeah, exactly. It's one of the big reasons for standard move is to stop dangling pointers. It's a copy of the pointer. If you think of the pointer as in 8 bytes of memory that holds a memory address, that's the thing that's copied. So when you pass a pointer like this, it's still a copy of the 8 bytes, but it's not a copy of the int that it's pointing to. But it is copying your 8 bytes, yeah. So when you call deleting it, the original memory that it's pointing to is given back to the heap, but you're still pointing to freed memory. So my pointer is freed memory, which is undefined behavior. If you were to write to it, it's undefined behavior. And it won't crash, which is also bad. But it is undefined behavior and it will eventually lead to heap corruption. It's a copy of the string of 8 bytes that point to the new. But not a new. So a pointer is 8 bytes of memory. And you're copying. So this, think about this as a integer. And this is an integer. So you're just copying an integer when you do this. But you're not actually copying the memory that it points to, no. So this isn't doing any kind of new or anything. This is literally like an integer copy. even if this was like massive struct, it's still an integer copy. Because the size of, well, by integer, I mean 8-byte integer. Size of it pointer is 8 bytes. But yeah, this is not copying the data, no. It's pointing to the original new call. Yeah, so this deletes fine because it's pointing to your new call there, yeah. But this is still alive on the stack, so this is a problem if you did that. I could do this, and that wouldn't crash immediately anyway. You wouldn't even notice that there was a problem, but you've actually corrupted your heap doing that. That's a heap corruption, which might crash your game 3 hours later, and you will have no idea what happened. And they're very, very difficult to debug. Yeah. It's not a copy, or is it? So, it's not a copy of the memory that it's pointing to. So this is pointing to an integer somewhere, so 4 bytes of memory somewhere. This is 8 bytes, and this is 8 bytes. So it's copying the 8 bytes, but it's not copying the 4 bytes that it's pointing to. It's just copying the 8 bytes. You're making two things point to the same 4 bytes there. It's not a reference. No. No, it's not a reference. So a reference would explicitly use an ampersand. Yeah. Right. So that there's not a reference either, unfortunately. They've used the same character, but it's not a reference. That's the address of my pointer. A reference has to come before a variable declaration. Pointer 3 equals my pointer 2, like this. Yeah, it's almost like a pointer, but there's different rules for references. So references can't be null. That's one rule. References shouldn't be, but can be, unfortunately, stored in state. So you can have struct s int reference. You can do that. I wouldn't advise it, but if you do this, it means this is a temporary object designed to immediately, well, it's going to be tied to the lifetime of the thing that it's referencing. So you have to kind of know about the lifetime of the thing you're referencing to use this. Yeah, so it's an ampersand thing, yeah, reference it. It means it can't be null. Pointers can be null, of course. References can't be null. And it's used... It's got almost the same behavior as pointers. As in, they're 8 bytes and you can pass them. Of course, they don't use the arrow operator. They use the period instead. Yeah, so if what the thing was pointing to, so that where I did that S there, that struct S, that could but that could lead, this could end up dangling. Which is why it's advisable to not know this, not do this. Unless it's your own thing and you know exactly about the lifetime of S and exactly about the lifetime of reference, then it's, you know, you can do that. But in general, you wouldn't be doing this because this could end up dangling to freed memory eventually. Yeah, nearly right. Yeah. So it's like this. So you dereference it. So it's all this naming is rubbish really, but you dereference it to make a reference. What you're doing there is dereferencing it to a value and then capturing the value by reference in 2 steps. That's what's happening. So you're dereferencing the pointer to a value, capturing the value by reference. Yeah, they behave like pointers in that respect. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. So yeah, my reference is 2. We'll change whatever pointer is pointing to be 2. If you did a normal copy, not by reference, you are modifying. Oops. So if I do my reference is 2, pointer is 2 as well. Yeah, so if you look at the address of my reference, it is the pointer. It's the same. 470. Pointer is 470. So where you did a normal copy, not by reference, you are not modifying the original value. Yeah, exactly. So if you did this, for instance, that's not modifying the original value of my pointer. Yeah, exactly. So that modifies, that keeps my pointer unmodified, and that makes my pointer point to 2. Yeah. Which is actually the reason I needed it in my thread, really. Yeah, so you can capture just pointers like this. You could pass that into a thread. That would be fine. And just modify it like this. This would be on a different thread. You can do that. There's no problem with that. Like passing the reference is more tricky because you can't have a right-hand side reference in that way. It won't let you do it unless you use a reference wrapper, which is behind the scenes is just making it a pointer instead. Yeah, so you'd have to do that. But yeah, that's right, yeah. So this is the same as the reference, but using pointers instead. But you'd have to dereference it first. If you did this, you're setting the value of my pointer equal to 3, which is not the same as setting what it's pointing to equal to 3. Yeah, the star's necessary, yeah. So in the reference version, it's a bit confusing. In the reference version, you put the star here instead. But in the pointer version, you have to dereference the thing you're assigning. Yeah, you can't miss the star out there. That won't work. Okay. Well, it won't even let me. So this is really dangerous because that leaks memory. Well, you could actually delete there. If you didn't have that line in there, that leaks memory. There's no way to free. There's no way to free that now. There's no way to free my pointer. But yeah, you can't do it. So if I did that, it would let me compile. So if I wanted this to compile, right? So this doesn't compile currently. I'd have to cast it to an int pointer like that. Now that would compile. So my pointer now is a memory address of 3. Question mark, question mark, question mark. My pointer 2. My pointer is still valid, still set to 0. Not heard of dereferencing. Yeah. Dereferencing a pointer. No, it didn't modify my pointer, no. So my pointer there is 680 pointing to 0. 680 pointing to 0 for my pointer 2. So now my pointer 2 is the memory address 3, so the hex value 3. But my pointer is still 680 pointing to 0. Try print out my pointer. The value of my pointer. Can you see that? It says 0. Yeah. No, it didn't modify it, no. So what's happening there is you are setting the memory address to be 3, or the thing that it's pointing. The value of the pointer it's very hard to, because of all this terminology. But you're setting my pointer to the memory address 3 there. That's what you're doing. Which isn't a valid memory address. So if I did my point2 equals 1. So I'll try and write to that memory address. and we'll see what happens. So now write to the memory address 3. Should crash if it's good. Yeah, there we go. So it says write access. It's a seg fault essentially. Write access violation. My pointer 2 was 3. So how would you change the value of my pointer by using my pointer 2? You would do this I did originally like that. With the star there. So I'll print that out. Now it says 3 if you can see that. So yeah, so the star is necessary. So you actually have to dereference it. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you have to. This gets you the thing that it's pointing to. Do you know what I mean? This is pointing to an int. This is the int itself that it's pointing to. Whereas without the star, it's just a pointer. So yeah, it's called dereferencing. Unfortunately, because it's not really got anything to do with reference, the other type of reference. If you did my pointer is 3. No, if you did my pointer is 3, that's 2, 3. That's a memory leak. I mean, that won't compile, but if you did that, that's a memory leak. Because now all of a sudden, you can't free my pointer anymore. So if I did delete my pointer there, at the best case this crashes. At the worst case it doesn't crash and you've corrupted your heap. Probably will crash. Hopefully it'll crash. Yeah, it crashed. It crashed in an absolutely crazy place, but it crashed. It didn't crash on the line that where the problem. It didn't crash on that line, but it crashed. So you can no longer delete my pointer if you do that. Yeah, it needs to be yeah. So there you go. There's the other one. So you need this dereferences the pointer. Dereferences my pointer as well. Yeah. But if you modify the original pointer, we don't need to dereference it. If you did this, that would crash. That would crash with a seg fault. If you did this, then that would be completely fine. That would set 3 to that value, to what that would point to would be 3. And then this would set 3 to that value as well. It'd already be 3. But that's fine. Still have to dereference my pointer. Not if you don't want to. And that would set both my pointer to whatever it was pointing to and my pointer whatever it was pointing to 3, because they're pointing to the same thing. They're like 2 8-byte blocks pointing to an integer, both of them. 2 arrows like that. No meetings all day, plumbing heck. No coding today, that's unfortunate. To change the actual pointer value. If you wanted to change the actual pointer value, you'd need to do that type of thing. So what would happen there is that would set my pointer to the memory address 3. And that would set my pointer 2 to the memory address 3. And then that will try and write 3 to whatever was in memory address 3, which would segfault, so that would crash. In order to change the value, you have to dereference it. You have to dereference it. There's no getting away from that. Yeah. Yeah. And you either dereference it like this on the left-hand side, or you dereference it like this on the right-hand side. And then you can do that, and you don't have to dereference a reference. So that will write to my pointer as well. Is this only when pointing? No. Anything. Absolutely anything. Yeah, there's nothing special about integer. Replace that with t. Yeah. Well, if you're used to using things like unique pointer, maybe you don't need to do that. It probably wraps it up. Maybe you do have to do it. Yeah, you still have to do it with a unique pointer as well. Maybe you're used to this type of thing. Where you do SA equals 2. Maybe you've been doing that, you see. Yeah. So this is shorthand for this. You see. So you're dereferencing S and then you're doing A off it. So the arrow is just shorthand. There's more cool stuff, shorthand stuff, like so you can do A of 1 is equal to 3, right? So that'll mean it'll be 1, 3, or you can do 1 of A is equal to 5. These are shorthands as well. Because this is kind of a pointer as well, right? Address. So if you look there, you're doing it the other way around, right? So A is now 1, 3. I do that. A is now 1, 5. But this is just shorthand for dereference A plus 1 or dereference 1 plus A, like that. But you're still dereferencing it because that's a pointer. A is a pointer. And it's just shorthand. It's like notational shorthand. That's why it doesn't matter whether which way around you put it, because it's just doing an addition under the hood there. But it's still dereferencing it. Everything you can have basically like shorthands for dereferencing, but it's all dereferencing it, all of it. Yeah, so the arrow's the same. Yeah, it's just percent star dot A equals 3. Yeah. Cool, eh? It's cool stuff. So anyway, the point with the move is this is a problem. This is a dangling pointer. So what you get with a move is this behavior and then A is set to null pointer, so it stops the dangling pointer problem now. B just owns the pointer. A is no longer the pointer. So that's why you do a move, or one of the reasons, but that's the big reason, that the security reason, I suppose. Because it will also do this for you. And now that should be fine. That's not a dangling reference, a dangling pointer problem. Hopefully it doesn't crash. It might crash. It might crash just to say you're actually deleting something null. But no, it's fine. It's totally fine. You can delete a null pointer. But B is still alive, see? Still write to B. It's not actually been deleted because it was null. But yeah, you can do it that way around. That's totally fine. The point is not to delete A. So the way you've written it there, deletes A and then sets it to null, which is fine. But the point is not to. The point is to give ownership to B. So when you give ownership to B, you must null out A, because this happens in a destructor. So when it falls out of scope, this gets called, but B is not freed, you see. B is not deleted, because B has ownership now, not A. A shouldn't be allowed to delete it. Yeah. So yeah, move moves the ownership of pointers around. So if you do A equals null pointer, isn't B null pointer? No. B is still valid. B points to this now. And A no longer does. So now A points to new int. Now B and A point to new int. Now just B points to new int. So A is null. B is the memory address DAF0. Delete A, because it was null, it's a no op, nothing happened. B still points to it, and A no longer does. Like, this is a no-op. This doesn't even need to happen. But this will happen in a destructor. So that's why it's important that A is nulled out. Yeah, so the original null has been the original new has been transferred to B now. B points to what new was. A is, you're just setting it to 0. You're saying it doesn't point to anything anymore. So deleting A wouldn't do anything. No, yeah, that's right. Because B has the new, yeah. So B has the new. That's what I mean by ownership. B has the ownership. B owns that memory. It's responsible for deleting it now. A is no longer responsible for deleting it. Now, if you're in a situation where you have two things that could delete it, that's where you get your bugs, because eventually one of them will delete it. So if you transferred ownership incorrectly like this, either of those, they both own it. Both own what new points to. So if either of those delete, the other one's screwed. Basically, the other one's like, it doesn't know that it's been deleted. It could be completely different areas of the code, and it will try and use it, and will probably, it might crash, or worse, it'll be undefined behavior, so it won't crash. And then you'll crash an hour later, and you have no idea why. So if you did this, tried to write back into A, this is a null pointer, and then writing to null pointers is not allowed. At least in modern day computers. It used to be allowed. You used to be able to write to null pointer, but not anymore. The delete call would crash. No, the delete doesn't crash. The delete's fine. That's a no-op. That doesn't do anything. It's fine. It's gone past it. It hasn't crashed. See if I can go into it, and I can't. But yeah, it's totally fine to do that. How is it fine to delete A? Because you can call delete on a null pointer. There's no problem with that. It just returns nothing. It just goes, oh, is the thing you've passed me null? If it is, just return. That's all it does. I want to go to the implementation of this. I don't think there is. So this is just a function, block and size. Well, it will be templated, but eventually it comes to block and size, and then it just says block's null, so just return. Delete won't delete null pointers. Delete won't call any destructors. No. Delete won't call any destructors if it's a null pointer. It won't do anything. So when I do free, well, okay, I assert that it's not null there. Maybe in the global heap that I do it, the actual check. that, you see, you just do that. Oh, it's null pointer, just return. And that's what it will be doing in delete as well. You don't need to check if, you know, you don't need to do if a delete a, no. Is that new? No, I don't think so. At least not in MSVC. I can't speak for any other compilers. But it would lead to some silly crashes if you couldn't call delete on null, because there's no undefined behavior from calling delete on null. It doesn't produce undefined behavior. It's in the check. I'm not sure what would happen if you freed null. It should be fine as well, but free might not do that. Yeah, free and null's fine as well. We actually can step into free, so I'll see what if it where it does the check. There you go, look, there's the check. If block is null, return. But yeah. It's important in C++ to be able to call delete on null for doing things like move semantics, where you are moving ownership away because the destructors still get called, you see. And you don't want to have separate code paths for if it's null or not. Yeah. Well, yeah, you can delete all that code now. Where you get into a problem is where you have to dereference null. That's where you should be doing a check. You can't dereference null pointer. You can't do that. That is explicitly forbidden by the language. Yeah, no problem, Woot Dragon. You can ask me anything really, it's fine. You know, this is the big conundrum of standard optional of reference, which is not allowed at the moment. Like, that isn't allowed. But it is in C++ 26, and it's causing maybe a bit of a problem because people are going to put these in return values, and standard optional is very common to be using return values and stuff like that. And returning a reference can be a bit sketchy if you got the reference out of stuff inside the function. but it's allowed now. Proven web application. Oh, nice one. Any cache headers? Oh yeah, nice one. Well done. Yeah, I've used XAMPP before as well. And I've done my very rare web development things. So this is like, for some reason, getting stuck on state or something. They're not attacking each other anymore. Near instant. Oh, cool. Well done. Look at that now. It's not. So now it's stuck. Needs more work. This. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, it's getting in this situation now. It was getting a situation where it's walking on the spot, but it's not there anymore. Now it is. Okay, now we can try and debug this walking on the spot. Nice one, Woot Dragon. Okay. So it's Spidean 1. This one. So we're in a void. We're generating the context data twice. Don't need to do that. Okay. So the phases keep reset to 0. Ooh, hang on. It's because of the interaction bounds. No, it's because the phase is being set. Phase is being set to unknown again. Okay. Which means it's trying to call this context again a different time. Need features, deep understanding how they work. Yeah, browsers are complicated things. Do you know a guy called Andreas Kling, I think he's called? He's making a web browser called Ladybird. He's a very good programmer. Yeah. He's trying to actually make a browser that competes with Chrome and things. He's got funding to do it and things like that. Alright, there we go. He's getting stuck now. So he's just walking. So it's because I think it's because we are doing this. It's the ID, yeah. It's null opt-in for some reason. So it has a move target. So the points are the same. And it has a move target. MC move target minus 18.8. Well, the points are only the same because we have set them to be the same. Now she's gone. Does it recompile this? Open SSL. Oh, right, okay. Yeah, man, I don't know anything about web, really. I know about SSL. So it's finding a new cover point. So we might need, what it might be, what we could try with is overriding interruptible. And if we're in, we can return a different result depending on what phase we're in. That's what we can do. So if phase is equal to path to dest, return true, else return false. And we'll see. We'll walk around for a bit and we'll see. I'm gonna have to stop soon because I am absolutely tired. Oh. Hey, no problem, Woot Dragon. Anytime. You want to learn about, as long as I know what I'm talking about, I'll help you. I don't really know anything about web stuff, so I'm not able to help you with that, really. Okay, so now he's stuck. Now Spidey 1 has gone into that phase now where he's just broken. Oh no, he's not. He's attacking. But I'm running backwards. Obviously that's a bit weird. It's okay if they're facing the player, but if they're just running backwards, that is a bit weird. So far the states haven't gotten messed up after making that little change. Yeah, thank you, yeah. I've put in a bunch of cool new thing really, so I can define now how paths are made for different contexts basically. So these are using if they have to go and if they want to run away, they avoid the main character now, the hero character, rather than pathing across the front of them. See there, he's going round me. There's a slight problems where they try and target the same goal. If they target the same goal, they can get into problems. Like there, they've targeted the same goal. So what I might do is maybe not allow things to target the same goal. Maybe, I don't know. Yeah, so when the guys run away from me, now they actually run away. Even if they wanted to go here, it wouldn't just path straight across me, it would actually go all the way around. That's what I've been working on. And just kind of like getting two of the same entity. That's still got a few little hitches and bugs with it. Two NPCs of the same type running. Because they share the same state graph, you see. So I've got to make sure that all this state works NPC agnostically, I suppose is the way to say it. Do they recognise each other as collisions? Yeah, they did. But I hadn't written for that. So I decided to take that out. It was an accident. Because when I actually want to do NPCs fighting NPCs, I want to sit down and write that, you know what I mean? To make sure it's properly done. So yeah, they did. At the start of the day, they could attack each other and it was leading to some problems. They do recognise each other as collisions on pathfinding, yeah, if that's what you mean. Sorry about that. I thought you meant the combat. They recognise each other on combat as well. You could attack each other. See, this guy's screwed up now. He's stuck on hostile level 0. So this is one of the things that's happening, and that's his pathing is not designed to work with hostile level 0, you see. So I need to figure out why they're getting stuck like that. Because see, he doesn't know what to do. Yeah, he has. He is, yeah. He doesn't know what to do. He's like, I'm kind of angry, but I'm not really angry. What do I do? Hostile level 0, they're meant to just stand there, you see. But it's hard to reproduce. It's hard to reproduce this. Where he gets stuck on hostile level 0. See, that's a proper hostile level 0 that this guy's doing, where he just stands there and he's being a bit aggressive. And the idea is, if you come closer, I'm going to attack you. That was the idea. And then hostile level 1 is, I'm going to attack you. So that's hostile level 0. And that's hostile level 1 where he's attacking. Excuse this guy who doesn't know what he's doing. The collision detection. Yeah, the collision detection is... you mean for the attacks? Is really kind of rough and ready at the moment. when I actually do it properly, I'm going to have different animations for hitting different parts of the body and stuff like that. So it will look a lot better. So set combat state. Heavy action set combat state. It does execute combat state change. I wonder if this is the same here. They wrap around the barrels and the crates too wide of an angle. Yeah. Yeah, like the actual area that they walking around, they're trying to avoid this red region, really. So this red region needs to get tweaked, really. It's this red region and this green region. But these can all be tweaked, basically, to get them to look good. Yeah, I mean, don't pay too much attention to the little fine details like that, because I haven't actually looked at it yet. It's all... Right now, it's big systems that I'm trying to make. And then we'll go into the visual, making sure all the collision detection looks good and everything much later on. I'm just going to run around for a bit and see if he ends up getting into trouble. You know, like the animations are quite jerky and stuff like that as well, so that's all going to get sorted out. Struggling to make paths. Ah, yeah. It's a state thing, really. The actual path finding thing is fine. It's they're getting themselves into the wrong state. Get them both angry again. They are jumping about a bit. Like us humans. Yeah, exactly, yeah. I wonder if I put a third one on. Let's do 4 of them. And see if that encourages them to misbehave. 2. And then this one can be Spidey in 3. Need to actually copy. So the trigger is what trigger they spawn from, which is this current trigger. Oops. So there's 4 of them. We'll see how they behave if there's 4 of them. Hopefully there's lots of problems, because then every time I find problems I can just go and fix things, and the thing gets more and more robust, you know. So these here, this is waiting on pathfinding because there's 4 of them. All of their locations are occupied. And currently waiting on pathfinding just plays the walk animation. So there's lots of warping. Warping is where it just cannot find path, so it just teleports there. This guy's really stuck. Anyway, I'm gonna have to head off, I think. But I'll be back tomorrow. So which one's stuck? Spidey in 3. Spidey in 3 is there. It's stuck on the attack. On the long attack. He's stuck trying to path to warm up his long attack. That's where he's stuck. Yeah, have a good one, Woot Dragon. And yeah, I'll see you. Hopefully see you tomorrow. See you later.